time to go find the main story quest. Welcome to the stream, doing the Final Fantasy patch stuff. I don't know if you guys want me to read it when we've got the non-voice sections, or just let you read it at your own pace. was sort of hoped that this would be voiced, but it's not. Alright, I can read it, Toast, when I get to the next section. Sorry about that. Get my birdie out, too. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travels in our absence. Heartened I am to see you all hale and whole. Grahatia. Thank you, kid. As we are to see you safely return to your mission, Urianche, I trust that Thancred has made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Hello, kid. Arvinald, what are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world. But apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may have been maybe a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. It may remind you that we Elozin are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my word, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will have to crane your neck to meet my eye. Yeah, right, Alphino. Aye, 'twas not till my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. Although Moonbrita towered over me nonetheless. Arvinald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease with each other's company. It's almost endearing. Stoic nod from the Warrior of Light, as usual. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. More clapping. Set out? Wait, does this have anything to do with the towers? Yeah, what gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Adorlo's going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Arvinald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let's be about it. Yeah, I can see Toast is here.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Teleforoi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Here, let me turn the image off. That would be nice.
Are you saying they were tempered?
It's not doing the game sound.
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
I probably could.
But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked.
There we go. That does the volume better for the voice acting.
Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, Make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Alpha no.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Hello.
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be.
I
But I'll be
unlocked
damned if I
custom
don't try.
deliveries.
They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Have you guys done the 24-man yet?
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Currently doing main story.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryle and I get back to the Rising Stones.
By the way,
good luck.
Non-spoiler related note: their Hades and Byakko weapons now have a craftable variant.
Yeah, I saw some people linking the Byakko weapons.
I just got a Byakko main, so
welcome back.
I'm very tempted to craft the katana out of it and wear it around proudly.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. To see the place in its in all of its original glory, is tantalizing prospect indeed. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. And if he's half the man Alphino claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it.
Those are new, but they're not anything special. I think they added all new
all present? Good. Let's split up and search for Estinian.
Weapons for scripts.
Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Brazine can delve into the nooks and crannies.
Pentamelded gear and relic. It's finished.
Very well. Let's reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Skysteel manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Yemric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware of Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But as I expect you to remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Perhaps he came seeking an audience with Lord Yemric, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. So to the airship landing I go. quest I forgot to do. I'll have to do that sometime.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Oh, you're not hearing things or something?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Good old Estinian.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
He doesn't realize it's Alphino's sister he's talking to.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
Kira, do you need battle on the big bridge at all?
Nope.
Oh,
You think
had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
If you've given it to him at any point.
Oh, so he's just a little bit pissed off.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
I'll just have to...
To think the day would come
Are we,
when I should see this
meeting up
living legend
tomorrow?
with my own eyes.
Probably. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. We just have to finish 2 sets of floors. That's...
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
People want to do other things, kind of thing. But
is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting.
I was just curious.
I think we're all committed to finishing it this week.
Estinian! It's been
just
too
one
long.
Of those that felt like asking anyways, just in case.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time.
I feel sorry for Alice at times.
You know when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
I think I'll go with the top option. Perhaps he sees him more as the brothers he never had.
Huh, good luck to them. It hasn't been easy being his sister, I can tell you that.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azis La together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons lie imprisoned, the great Tiamat among them. It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Azla, but as I understand, the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealing with her. Well then, Brazine is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Alagon Empire. Ever since the end of the war with Mercidia, yes, sigh, to have been held captive for so long. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came up here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. but the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as his own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. Yep, Tiamat's the name of a dragon. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Hey look, pizza! I've gotta take that.
What are you playing, Briz?
I'm doing the main story, and pizza was one of the rewards. Who wouldn't choose pizza, right?
The people who want chicken?
The Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Our grandfathers sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. Thank you for the follow, Ratchi. Oh, and thank you for the raid, the Magical Coven. Welcome to the stream. It was the Asians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Allagons with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. What'd you say, Sona?
Snoo joined my FC for doing an early run of the new Nier raid. He didn't go to work due to him not feeling entirely well.
Yeah, I haven't opened the new raid yet. I wanted to do main story first.
Yeah. Afterwards, I think he went off to go take a lay down.
Mm-hmm. Justinian is waiting to lead the way, ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits this way. Here's Tiamat in her prison. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Ah, that my sin should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mercidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their wills, they became tools of the Allegon's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Mercidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentations see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mercidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee of the power we of the First Brood will wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay for the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all those who have suffered for my sins. I shall fight with you, children of men. It would seem that she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. I confess that my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. It won't make up for what she has suffered at the hands of men, but if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger, and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allagan kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. No problem, Toast. Have a good day. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Brazine here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take that first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhaps when our work is done here, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and the hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe that the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Etherochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of the royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Agreed. We'll take good care of it. To the flagship, then. This is one of the dragons you can get from the primals. This is the Hades one. I'd rather leave these Allagan contraptions to you and Alphino. Let's split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments.
Well, Bruce, they put a gill sink in the game. Like a really big gill sink.
But should you find a likely...
those new luxury traders they added to Mordona only sells one item for 50 million gil.
Okay.
It sells a gilded Mikoshi flute. So it's a golden Namazu mount.
There's apparently a gilded vessel too.
That's probably from the one in Yulemore.
But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would
So
not do to
apparently now
accidentally
there's a reason to
release
get
some
money
manner
other
of...
than houses?
What now?
That apparently there's a reason to have gil other than buying houses?
Guess so. Sorry about that. Just was replying to my FC mate. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state.
Already has a mold.
Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes.
Well, I mean,
Once we have learned what we can,
so
we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gil.
Yeah, 75 million gil.
Yeah, that would drop me very low. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please place damaged parts or retreat to safe distance. It sounds like that one's getting ready to melt down. And yes, I am on a flying Triceratops. Infernal things. One of them must have sent a swarm of mechanical vilekin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find out anything? My options. I did. A node which smelled like burned hair. Yes. A chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I, found a way to activate mechanical sentries. Is that any help? I'll, of course, tell him about the one that was neglecting dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Grahat spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Let us take a closer look. And here is the Ramu of the first as a mount. Sort of mixed our impressions of Ixion, Ramu, Sid the Thunder God, all into one. Doffels. As I suspected, the node will not acknowledge my authority to issue it instructions. How did the Allegons tell these godforsaken things apart? Blip. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Mm-hmm. Blip bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be taken by the chief, technologists, and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allegan blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatia keeps his vessel about his person. Blip. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Brazine Winsong. Bloop. Welcome, Brazine Winsong. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanism when ready. Blip bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? I could hazard a guess. To smash it to pieces. I'm gonna do the could hazard a guess option. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Sid and his colleagues always make operating these Allegon devices seem so easy. I don't know what possessed the Allegons to surround themselves with these chattering orbs, but the fact that they remain while their creators do not speaks volumes. The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand, figuratively speaking. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Now I drew Odin's Mount Sleipnir. Just minus a few legs. Yep, here's a drink for you.
Luckily, I made it in time for a chromite ore to be up.
Oh well, there's someone on the Cerberus Mountain. That's cool. I have to get around to getting that sometime.
I have a Discord for that.
What's up?
I have a Discord for that runs the Deliverum Savage if you want it.
I'm assuming it's the same one that does BA?
Nope. Different one.
Where is this node?
Oh, that is a collectible thingy.
Oh, there's the entrance. Don't look at me, this is a task for you and Alphino. This terminal appears to be similar to the one we encountered when we first set foot here. Let's hope it will be equally helpful. Bloop. Access granted to user Brazine Winsong and her adolescent Ellison companion. Master Winsong's other companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is, rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Bloop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have a use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Graha Tia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Alagon Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stroked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash. And thus have you made it your mission to fight them? But there have been times when you have tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? My options: enemy or no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. Then I'll go with the middle option. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. I see a little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope that you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphanod has things in hands here, I suggest that we rejoin the others. I cannot deny the logic in Estinian's argument. Giving all that is at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment could be the undoing of us all. Blip bloop. Warning. Releasing dragon restraints may result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Let's see, I've already wrote that one. Let's see what else I can pick. Oh, the tank. Well, I wouldn't be too surprised about an angry dragon doing that when released from shackles. Justinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating. But you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leaned strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Though this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Allag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Rosine, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her what to tell her of times past. So I can ask her to tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians, or to tell me of your war with the men of Allag. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we had found in Mercidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Allag first came into Mercidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern oceans...
Oh yeah, also, one other thing. The world visit system is broken.
Yeah, I know. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas.
Time to put this katana on a glam plate.
Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Yeah, their father is... Midgard Somer. Midgard Somer was the father of the dragons that were brought to Eorzea. Well, brought to Hydaelyn. Oh, sorry. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Rusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land among themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity. But as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For men of Aleg slew my beloved, and I in my rage and sorrow heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the word of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep a watch from above. If the treatment fails, run! Okay. Ugh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Huff. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of aether left to give, with yours and Graha, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
No! I'm almost there! This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip groweth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
I really wish it would stay warm. It is predicted that it will snow today.
Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Pant, I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Yeah, I think this time I'll take some smoked chicken. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow Scions. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let's connect Alphino and be on our way. If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja's homeland. What did the Teferai aim to achieve with all this? I'm sure you recall, Arvinald and Ferdola were bound for Pagelthan. I pray they have not come to any harm. By happy coincidence, Kryle and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when the news reached us of Lunar Bahamut's return. There's much to discuss, but we will have to wait. Of the foe we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Teferai have other plans. Pagelthan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarapin at their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Tarapin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagethan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite the proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal will turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so? Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Brazine and the others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers would struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you're ready to take the field. An airship waits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arvinald and Fordola are in Pagelthan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Let me go and take the port to the airship. Greetings, we have been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagelthan at once. I don't know what designs the Teferi have on Pagelthan, but I do know they must be stopped for the good of the Amalja and us all. Whether he's here or not, we can be sure that Fandorel is behind this attack, and that makes me doubly determined to see that it fails. By dealing with Lunar Bahamut and his hordes, so too will we render aid to Arvinald and Fordola. Come, let us go. The grasslands of Pagelthan will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemies are, we will not have to fight against the terrain, at least. Like most who have spent time in Ul'dah, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amalja, but today I will fight side by side with them in common cause, and hope that none of them remember me. At the cost of his own life, did Master Louis Sois strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incarnation, it cannot be suffered to threaten this star. Alright, before I go into this dungeon, I'm going to go AFK briefly, hit the bathroom, and grab a sandwich, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you for the bits, Tessin. I just got back. Are you up to the story dungeon cure?
Not yet. I'm currently in Foundation, running around.
Huh?
I sent. Let me see if some of my friends are at the story dungeon yet. If not, I'll probably do it with the NPCs.
Where are you guys all at in the story?
I am at the dungeon now. So I guess I'll do it with a team of NPCs. Let's see. Who should I bring with me? I might as well take the brother-sister team. And Thancred. How's everybody doing? Let's see how this dungeon goes. Seeing vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Thank you very much for the biddies, Tessin. I really appreciate that. There's your dance partner, Alice. Figure this way. Just wouldn't have to watch me sit in queue, since DPS queues tend to be a bit long. And my friends are on various stages of the main story. Not everyone is where I am. I'll probably do the dungeon again later with Aklu when he catches up. Thanks, Kobold, for opening the door for me. Well, this looks neat. Thank you, Thancred, for turning him away from us. Oh, okay, I see what this is. Okay, I see what you're supposed to do. Drop this on a lightning rod and then get away.
Let's give them a show!
I think that's just raid wide that you can't do anything about.
You underestimate me!
I'll say standing next to the tank is not always the best idea. I don't think I moved fast enough. Nope. That was my own fault. .505. Alright, so it's lower item level than what I'm wearing. see what you get out of these. Ethereal silk.
What took you so long?
Hey look, it's Tiamat
The
and
amounts are in trouble.
Estinian.
Let's split up.
Prepare yourself!
On guard!
So Yimrick is here, and Lucia. And this patch is basically setting things up for the next expansion.
Oh, no, you don't.
Thanks, Tiamat. I'll be right back. Gotta pull my food out of the oven. So the other nice part about doing this with NPCs is I can run AFK briefly like this.
Hello.
Good evening. Or morning or whatever.
Gonna lay down a bit after the raid?
Yep. Just woke up. Probably gonna wind up sleeping again before work tonight. If I even wind up going in.
Still feel horrible?
Not horrible, but nauseous, and because of the whole COVID pandemic thing, it's like, normally I'd just go in at this level, but probably shouldn't.
Yeah. Even my old work was like, you feel nauseous? You stay home.
Yeah. They've also told us that if there's anybody at my job that has COVID, they shut the entire center down for 2 weeks. Also totally glad that nobody was able to parse that run, because my Dragoon is not very efficient.
Alright.
Prepare yourself!
I'm not sure how I feel about all of the new Frontier Cloth stuff being gender specific.
What's up?
The material from the maps I think is Frontier Cloth. Everything from Frontier Cloth is gender specific.
Aha.
Also, apparently world transfer's broken.
Yep, hopefully you weren't on a different world.
Nah, I'm on the Exodus.
Oh, I see what you gotta do. You gotta make sure that you don't get that happen to you.
I haven't done anything with MSQ yet.
Oh, missiles.
Oh, one other thing that I found out is that there are non-Yako weapons as well.
Yako and Hades.
But they already have Hades sparkly weapons?
Yes.
Yeah, there's Hades sparkly weapons. I was honestly hoping for Susanoo.
Yeah, I noticed that the dragon to rule all dragons is also available now.
Yes.
But I don't know what it looks
you
like.
Have to do
But
all 7. From what I saw in the patch notes, giant mecha dragon with 2-seater.
Ow. Yeah, I'm doing the dungeon at the moment with NPCs.
Nope, I haven't done that yet.
Yep. I didn't know where you were with everything. I heard you did the 24-man, but
I did the 24-man, and I've done the diamond weapon, and I haven't had time to do anything else.
Yeah, I haven't unlocked either of those yet, because I started on main story.
Leave the healing to me. Keep your guard up.
Oh, I need to dip my cast gears. That. Oh, Briz, did you get your new mounts yet? I'm sure you can afford it.
Not yet. I heard about the price tag.
75 mil for the 2 of them.
Yep. I can afford it, but it will seriously hurt my cash supply.
It put me down to 10.5 million.
Yep. Guess I wanted to finally add a true cash sync.
Yeah, but the problem is at this point it's not much different because once you buy the 2 of them, there's no more sync in them.
Yep, true.
That's at the Namazu one, I think the 25 million, no, the 50 million of the two, is the better of the two. In my opinion.
Sense. You said I haven't looked at either one.
Yeah, the Ronkins one is just too small to really show off the effect.
This is pretty cool. Well, so far I'm liking the new dungeon. That's all I'll say.
Focus. Release!
Definitely be happy to do it again later when you and Aklu have it open. As I'm currently doing it with the NPCs. I've got Thancred, LSA, and Alphino with me.
If you're around, Riz, I'll give you a poke to do the dungeon, but I'm too tired.
Yeah, once I finish the main story, I'll go and unlock the trial and the 24-man.
Leave the healing to me.
Some of it I may not get done until tomorrow since I've got my lobby tonight.
Why do you have your lobby tonight? It's not Wednesday.
What? It's Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh. Okay. I don't usually know that because I'm usually in raid.
Mm-hmm. must say, I was not expecting this guy to be a boss for a 5 core man. I was expecting him to be an 8-man trial. Oh, I don't know where. Okay, I guess here's where we're supposed to go. Or no?
Leave the healing to me. Thalia, protect me!
Oh, I messed that up. First you don't succeed, die again.
Prepare yourself.
Sounds like the motto for the 24 man. Any 24 man, honestly.
Yep. Thancred, get out of that.
Do you keep meaning to push the talk with us? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just curious because you're talking to the NPCs in the MSQ.
Yay! Yeah, I love the music in Final Fantasy. Nice, I got a minion from this. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt.
Antal an in Eisdorf. Antal afa snalask I ash an dran mira
By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
So my options are, you would make peace with Ul'dah, then? We would be proud to call you our allies, and then let us put the past behind us. Take the middle option.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
To see the Amalja fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun of the Crystarium. I pray that our people can forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day. I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in the defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. It'll take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between Min and Amalja, but one has to start somewhere. Though the day is won, thanks in no small part to thy valor, the Tephari are far from defeat. Yet be that as it may, it is only right that we rejoice in Lunar Bahamut's banishment unto the Aether. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully, our involved will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. While it will be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt a schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received words of Arvinald's safe return. Standing around here and worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Phronostery. Your Grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Plagathen, they came upon the two scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arvinald's condition, Your Grace, the wounded scout? Naught save that it is grave. The Turgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded if all of us go. We'll only get underfoot. Brazine, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphano? He may need some support from someone other than me. Sorry, finishing my lunch also. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Paglathon. Come on, then. I shall stoically nod, as usual. Oops, no, that's not the path I need. Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor? Master Damilo is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Damio say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alfia. No, this is not helping. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arvino, I was afraid that something like this might happen. But now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Hello. How are you doing, little messenger? How are you doing?
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life.
My day's going good, doing the
I just wish I had been there.
main
Perhaps.
story in Final Fantasy.
I don't know.
No problem, kid.
Perhaps I could
Have a good day.
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most.
Yep, no problem. No problem, little messenger. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Give you some Brazine love back. Sorry, this was double checking the time for the lobby I'm in.
If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost.
Fridola can definitely be a little brutal.
But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There's nothing I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Ahem. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will. A man after my own nods.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
My options are: you need only tell me where they are, Your Grace, or the Grand Companies, Your Grace. Is that wise? I'll go with the top option.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
I suppose I should remove the materia from these. So they're fully spirit bound. Although we have won our first battle against the Tephori and made significant discoveries to boot, the war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of Her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist the endeavor. Remind me to mention it to Tataru, would you? The secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Fail in this, and our enemies shall punish our negligence with the plague of primals. Alphino knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with Alvinald, haven't you not? Thus need shall say no more. Amid this great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudices yet remain. It is a delicate political dance, and I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. If there's no reason to linger, then I will take my leave. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphino. Arvinald is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for my pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryle know what to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades easily await our return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Reporting to Mordona and then going AFK briefly to hit the bathroom. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. But the bathroom was a necessary thing.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, a topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly? When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light, that was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Charlian, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. That's a lot of weapons.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Guess I don't want us to see what weapon he will be wielding. Missed all the fighting. It is easy to forget what we've achieved, isn't it? I mean, we cured Tiamat. Tiamat, for heaven's sake. You will tell me if I become insufferably smug, won't you? Because the way things are going, it feels like a definite possibility. None can deny that Heidelin's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything that we have learned from our encounters with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telforoi have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt that they'd go to the trouble of putting up all those towers if that was all they had in store for us. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the Forum's notice. I would like to think that they would receive Trial's request for cooperation in investigating the matter, but unfortunately their reputation would suggest otherwise. If I am to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. If you've need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation of the next battle. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Aldenald trading company of Kugane, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. Though we know not the full extent of the Tephari's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedence above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons, not that they ever seem anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say that I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, no one does it better than us. Well, then you lot, more accurately, you won't catch me trading blows with the primal in the near future. But for every fell fiend that you vanquish, there's countless medals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arvinald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. Wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. And that brings us up to date on the main story. Now for the side story stuff. waiting room for in case I'm needed over there. To Tomra I go now to unlock the 24 man. Lolly. I may have been too optimistic. Ho, Brazine. The fact that the villagers are still nursing a grudge doesn't surprise me. Not that I haven't tried to make them think better of it. But why hasn't Anog come back and given them what for yet? It ain't like her to fret over what people think. Then there's Konog. I was worried he'd go off chasing after her again, which is why I'm even more worried that he's been shut up in the tunnels this whole time. Chief. We need to clear the rebels so we can start digging again, but the others won't start bickering about whose job it is. Not even when I threaten to boot them clear to the seat. I'll be right there. 2 boots are better than 1, as they say. Looks like I have other business to take care of. Not that I was having much luck here. Can you check on Konog in my stead? Well, with Anog gone and the villagers treating him like he's got the blight, he could do with a reminder that not everyone has abandoned him. And who's to say, maybe one of your tales of adventure will cheer him up. I've got just the thing, though I've forgotten the names of everyone involved. Or scar him for life. I'll take the top option, because it's more amusing. I'm sure whatever you come up with will be fine. Probably. Let me know he's doing alright, how he's doing alright. Even if he doesn't want to talk to me, I want him to have the help he needs is all. Konog is radiating an uncommon amount of heat. The many layers insulating his head probably aren't helping. Oh, what? You collapsed is what? You need rest. That feeling like your head is full of fiery beasts? That's a fever. I'll take that option. No, I'm fine. Got to find Anog. Nope, you're not going anywhere. Or Anog wouldn't want you running after in this state. I'll go with that option. Anog, I'm... Alright. Looks like Fixed Lobby's good. So I should be able to keep going on this until Shy's lobby. My stream chat seems to be lagging, Tell. Connaught collapsed? I'll go and see. You keep an eye on Connaught. Wicked White, where did he go? I know he wanted to search for Enog, but how did he even make it out of here? Willpower and hubris? Damn it all, let's go, quickly. Who's there? You. So I think I'll take a break here. Let's leave myself right next to this guy. Thanks everyone for watching. I think I'll raid Pasta and then I'll go back live again in a little bit when I get called in for Shai's lobby. Thanks all for watching, and I will be back in a little while.
Briz! Thank you so much for the raid! Can we get a shout out for Briz? How was your stream? What were you doing? Were you doing some goosing? Cutest things ever, yes. Oh, the running ducks? I need to check them out. Hi,